Hello, everyone, and welcome to the main event of the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship 2025, happening right here, right now in Accra, Ghana. Commentating with me is Koinsola Lasaki on the stream. Hello, Koinsola, are you there?
Good morning, Moshope. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm very fine. Are you excited for today's games?
Yes, I am very pumped to see some Scrabble.
All right. So we have Olabi Lukman and Olaide Akim as our first game on stream today. You see Olabi Lukman playing FIXT as his first move. I think it's a pretty standard play here. And moving on to Olaide Akim, just a bit of backstory. Lukman is the newly elected WESPA president, and I promise you, this is a very well-rounded player. In fact, he is 36th in the world right now. And Olaide Akim too is a masters player from Nigeria, and I expect some fireworks today. How about you, Coinsola?
I do. I've watched Mr. Olabi uh for on stream for a while now. One or two games, and he plays amazingly well. And also, Mr. Olaribigbe Akim, we saw him on stream yesterday, and it was wonderful.
Yes, yes. As you can see, he's wasting no time plunking down the first bingo of the WESPA main event here on our stream. We see OT Tides, I believe, coming down for 64 points. Would confirm if the blank is an E in a moment. What do you think about this play? Do you think it missed better scoring opportunities?
Yes, I think he could have played something like idiotism or yeah, idiotism to the eye. I think that scores better.
True, true, true. But still, coming down with the bingo is 100% sure of scoring 64. And we see Lukman wasting no time replying with Borgians. All right, this is a very interesting start from both players. They are wasting no time spotting their bingos. And one thing to note is Nigerian players are actually pretty fast. Lukman is representing Ireland, but is originally from Nigeria. And I'm sure it's from Nigeria he has trained and studied to become the amazing player he is today. So we'll be seeing a lot of speedy plays from both players. All right, we see IWI coming down from Olaibide Akim leaving ATED on his rack. There wasn't much you could do on that turn either ways. What do you think about this play, Sola?
Yes, I think it's a wise decision. Keeping DAT the rack leave is very okay. So yes, I would do the same.
Exactly. And ATED is a solid lead, especially with the S floating. I know there's spaces for straight sevens to still play on this board. So we see HTELMEM. I'm guessing Lookman arranges it this way because he has spotted Hotelman if there was a floating hole. But currently, there are no bingos available, and he just has to find his best move, which I believe would be RHEME, coming down from the R in Budgeons. The H would sit pretty on the double letter score into the triple word score, scoring a solid 42 points.
I mean, 42 points, keeping LNT, no vowels. Although I might opt for HENT for 26, keeping ELM. But then 42 points is a lot to, pass on. That's like extra 12 points. So if he does RHEME, I think that's fair.
Yes, yes, yes. The downside, as you rightfully pointed, is he would not be retaining any vowel on that third. But 42 points is just way too much to pass on. Another option for him would be something like Theme, scoring underneath Borgians for 33. But why go for 33 when you have a 42 available? So I would like to see what he comes up with here. You can see he's still arranging hotel men, but I'm sure he has moved on, saying there is no floating O. Meanwhile, we see Olaribigia came with a rack of TOADIER ready to respond, I'm sure.
It's quite funny because as beautiful as that rack is, there are no sevens on the rack. You know, it
So,
would have to play
why?
to a float.
Yes. All right, we see RAGME come down from Olabi Lukman, the top choice here, and I see no issues with those moves. The thing is, the floating S from Bodjans would have given Hakim asteroid in that turn, but will we be seeing him looking somewhere else on the board? And with the open M now, I believe he will waste no time spotting his bingo to the M.
I think that's a mediator for 80.
Yes, mediator for 80 is the move here, although he has other options like
Although
the N in Bodjans for ordinate, even R-rented in the N in on Bodjans.
playing oriented or ordinate is a better option. I mean, the game is still it's still very early in the game. Three S's on scene. You know, you would not want to open that triple lane
True, true, true.
using the RD.
There is it's a 10 point difference between R-rented and mediator. I guess the fear of wanting to expose the R on the triple is enough to back out from that move. So top top choice there if you ask me playing R-rented. Real quick, anybody watching on the stream, if you're rooting for Lookman, you're rooting for Arcade, you could leave a comment, you could cheer on the commentators, you could ask any questions you want. We're right here to answer you. And just give this stream a like so that the algorithm can push the stream to fellow world lovers across the world. All right, we see
What do you think of
LBOENET.
so what do you think of his rack?
All right. This is a rack that I'm sure is looking at, and one thing Scrabble players do is we study prefixes and suffixes a lot. So there are a lot of words ending with BLE, like able and all that. So I'm sure he's thinking if he has a word similar to able, maybe able or something. But I'm sure when he has done his due diligence, analyzing the board, he would have to go for a score. And he has a couple of options. He has Bento coming down to the right hand side of Ewe, scoring 30 points. He could also play BETON in the same spot. You see him taking his time here, and I can't blame him because this is a turn he has to take his time with and look thoroughly at this board, making sure he's not missing either an obvious bingo or a very high scoring option. Meanwhile, we see Akim arranging UNKNOWC. I'm curious what he will do with it when it's his turn. For anyone just joining the stream, this is the first game of the main event of the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship 2025. There are 32 games to be played, and the top two at the end of the 32 games are going to go into a best of seven matchup this Sunday. And after that, we'll be able to crown the WESPAC winner for 2025. By the way, Koinsola, do you have any predictions for who who the champion might be this year, or just any player you're rooting for?
I mean, first of all, we have the goats of Scrabble, Nathan Richards, playing the event as well. So I think that would be everyone's first choice. Considering the fact that is phenomenal. I mean, he's the goat for a reason. But other than him, I think we also have Ashan from England. Ashan is such a brilliant player. Is a player that I really admire a whole lot. There's Ashan. There's also Nigeria's Timile Indoko as well. So, a lot of players to look out for in this um, World Championship. It's going to be such an amazing tournament. I really cannot wait to see mind blowing games.
True, true, true. Very well said, Pointola. We are saying 19 players, in fact, from Nigeria playing in this World Scrabble Championship. And if you ask why, I'm going to tell you why. Because Nigeria is currently ranked second in the world, and because of the good standing they have with WESPA and the history of being able to build 19 players from Nigeria. Coming in, we have 17 players from the United States too in this tournament. All right, we've seen Lookman play BELON for 30, leaving CE. Do you prefer Beton or the other option of Bento to Bellon points for that?
I think I like his choice. I think I prefer his choice. Keeping TE, I think I prefer Bellon.
Yes, yes, true. The T is a bit more favorable than the L. So understandable why he goes for Bellon in this case. And back to Hakim. Currently, the scores are Lukman's 170 to Hakim's 158. This is a game where they are going head to head right now. And as soon as Hakim plays, I'm guessing he will either catch up to Lukman or even surpass that score. So I think a simple play of Buck here, Buck playing from the B in Bellon for 36 is pretty standard. Fine, it keeps WONN, which is not the best of leads for. There isn't much he can do right now. Are you seeing any other plays for Hakim?
Hold on, please. I think there was a challenge. Yes.
Okay. So that's going to be an additional 5 points for
Yes.
Lukman for playing Bellon. All right, so back to Hakim now. We see is that's interesting. He's unbothered by the new opening of Bellon and he's going for unwoken. What do you think about this play?
I think it's pretty okay, especially because the B is it's not like the R or the A or other letters that are easy to play a triple through. You'd have to the
Uh,
probabilities, the odds are crazy to play a triple through a floating B. So yeah, I really don't think you should be bothered about it. So I think taking
but
his
but
score is
the
fine.
downside to this play is it is however invalid and from Hakim's expression, he hasn't picked his or he has not replenished his style. So I'm guessing Lookman is holding him and wondering if this is a word. I mean, unwoken sounds a bit reasonable. I mean, this is Scrabble. There are a lot of crazy words. But if you are saying a challenge, this would in fact be challenge of the board. Hello, Big Putin. We see you in the chat. Any Nigerian watching, you can just give a shout out. You can mention any player you're rooting for. And if you have any questions, we'll be right here to answer them. And a quick note, by the way. So these two have actually competed in WESPA rated tournaments and they played a total of 3 games together. If you were to guess, who do you think has the higher X coin setup?
Might have, the upper hand in this game. All right. Unwoken has been challenged off the board.
True, true. That's understandable. I mean, yes, yes, and we'll see Akim lose that turn, giving Lukman a chance to extend his lead. All right, so a quick answer to the question I gave for him. In fact, Akim has 2 games ahead of Lukman. He has won 2 games to Lukman's 1 game. So even though Lukman is the 36th in the world and Akim is most likely in the top 200, still this is Scrabble. Anything can happen. So I'm curious to see who would take or win this game if they would even out their head-to-head scores or Akim would further extend his lead. All right, we are seeing Lukman arrange MEET aside from his rank. Where do you think he wants to play this?
Probably to the S from Borgians. Yes, that looks like what he's doing.
Okay, that's exactly what he has done, scoring 25 points. That leaves Lukman's score 195 to Akim's 158. Still, the BUCK option is open for Akim, and I'm curious as to why he hasn't arranged that yet. I think he's just hell bent on, all right, all right, all right, we'll see the play coming down eventually for 36 points. On Lukman's rack, we have FLDATEA. This is another rack you think, oh, there has to be something here. It's looking a bit flexible with the ease floating, with the K and the straight 7 option available. I think he'll take his time here thinking through if he's missing anything. But from our analysis, there are no available bingos for him. So, what do you think he should do on this turn?
Probably faded. Through the T from oriented, yeah, faded, keeping ALT. I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, FADED to the D in oriented seems very standard play here, scoring 36, leaving ALT. And the best part about that move is even though it's slightly extending the board to the right, faded obviously doesn't take an S. So that is a play that he doesn't have to worry about way too much except an underlap there. All right, we see Big Putin in the chat saying he's rooting for Master Side Spain. That is one of the Nigerian representatives too. Um, I'm guessing everyone has their favorite players, and I myself cannot predict or even guess who is going to win this tournament. Fine, everybody's curious to see Richard display his amazing world power once again, but with a field of 126 players who are the best of the best from around the world. It is not going to be a walk in the park for anyone.
I can't help but wonder where all the biggies are in this game.
Oh, that's true. The Q is unseen, the Z is unseen, the J is unseen. That's the only time of seeing one of the biggest players for the very high scoring tiles was in the first move, and ever since, all we've seen are bingos back to back. All right, we see faded come down, and immediately Hakim is playing WON. There wasn't much to think about on that turn. All right, the second blank finds its way to Lukman's rack. What options are you seeing available for Lukman on this turn?
Oof. Off the top of my head, I really can't think of anything right now.
Yeah, in fact, he has only two bingos available for him. Oh, sorry, three. He has La Volta playing underneath fixed for 70 points. He has Ballet playing in the same spot, and a sneaky find would be a native through the E in Bellon. Do you expect Lukman to find any of those bingos?
Yes, I mean, for a player of his caliber, I think he has read very wide and extensive. So yes, he should be able to find at least spot at least one of these plays.
True. And with the scores, Lukman's 231 to Akim's 219, the bingo at this point of the game would widen that lead he has. Meanwhile, we see it seems you've actually called out one of the biggies you were expecting to see. Z has found his way to
Yes.
Akim's rack. I'm curious to see what he will do with it on this one. But first, you see Lukman taking his time. He has a feeling there has to be something here, and I'm sure he's fixated on the E or a straight seven to play his bingo. Once again, La Volta is an option for him, Valet or Alative to the E in Bellon. One thing worth mentioning here is Akin is on 19 minutes and we see Lukman 10 minutes behind. That's very interesting. Usually these are two fast players, but I guess Lukman has had a couple of tough decisions to make, and this is one of them. Do you think this would later affect him in the game?
Um, I I really can't say because these are speedy players, So in as much as he's 10 minutes behind, I think he should be able to manage his time.
True, true, true. We saw him arrange valet just now, but he backed out of that move because I'm guessing he wasn't sure. He plays it safe, goes for A, scoring very, very well. In fact, the only downside is escaping duplicated L's, a T, but at least he still has the plan. All right, we see Haezoon for Hakeem, and a couple of options available
Zuya
is
looks.
Z.
I think he could play Zuya, 42 points. Very juicy.
Yes, above the B in Budgeons of 42 points. There is no other play that comes close right now, except he wants to, do a setup or retain the Z to come back next turn for a much higher score. You could simply play HO underneath C and K in bulk for 30 points, leaving AZ going. I think there are certain players who would actually hold on to that edge. Are you one of them thinking, okay, you might want to come back and score higher with the Z, or left to you, you would just play your three and move on?
I'll play my Zuya because I've learnt my lesson. Sometimes I hold on to the blank for a better chance to play, and eventually I do not play any bingos at the end of the game. So yes, once the opportunity comes, I just take it. I waste no time.
True, true. And the thing with playing Zuia is you're playing out five tiles, and there is still, at least from his POV, there's still a blank left to pick. There are two S's, there's a Q, there's a J. So playing out five tiles at this point of the game might actually be useful for him. The only thing he was worried about is when to play Zuya, is giving out new floats to his opponent. All right, we're saying go for HAO, but you can see him changing his mind and he opts for HO scoring 30, giving AZ going. I'm curious to see if we'll be seeing a high scoring Z bingo. All right, Lookman with LPLITN blank. He didn't have a lot of options there, but he did miss a bingo to the E. And let's see if anyone in the chat spots the bingo that was just missed by Olabi Lukman. He had a bingo to the E of Bellon. But we see him go for LEP scoring 20, giving LINC blank. All right, back to Akin. Zerrano. Unfortunately, we'll not be seeing any bingos containing Zenas. I would have loved to see, but he goes for a beautiful option of REZ scoring 44 points. All right, we see Odok in the chart pointing out top line the miss from Owolabi Lukman. Do you think the time has anything to do with why he must have missed that bingo?
I really don't think so, especially because it just had one option, and then it's to the E, and the E, thinking about it at that point in time might not even come to him to think to the E, especially because he had quite the number of consonants. But now I think we should see a bingo come down.
All right, we have Lukman with EPLITN. Unfortunately, there are no bingos available because if you look at the board, it's getting pretty choked up at this point. The floating E would have come in clutch in the last move, but right now it is very well misplaced. Things like top line don't even fit on the board. So we have to see, or we'll definitely be seeing a move where he just balances the styles, plays out the D, the D. He has options such as dipped going to the right hand side of mates, but there's no way he's going to play that because it exposes the triple lane unnecessarily. I think the standard move here would just be something like range, extending the RE from oriented, leaving LIET, and there's even a sneaky play inside the board, going down from the G in board jump. You could simply extend it with ID, forming GID, HIS, and AWED, but we're seeing go for something different. For a moment there, I thought he was actually going to play that, but he just dropped the P and D playing port for 13 points. So anyone just joining, I can see the number of people joining the stream just now. Make sure you give the stream a like such that the algorithm can push this to word lovers on YouTube. Also, you can just represent your country by commenting with a flag or players you're looking forward to seeing. And if you have any questions, I promise you we are here to answer them. I'm here to engage you. Make sure you follow the channel, give a like, and stay tuned. All right, back to Akeem. We see a rap of Goanare. Very close to a bingo, but unfortunately, none for him. And this rap, the scores are 303 to Akeem's 293. All right, Odok, we see you in the live chat. You're asking, is this the game of the main event? Yes, this is the main event. For those who are unaware, there is a side event ongoing from the World Scrabble Championship in Accra, Ghana, called the SCAG event. That is for those who want to still play in Accra, Ghana here, but could not make it into the main event. However, the game on your stream right now is from the main event. We have Olabi Lukman representing Ireland and Olaibibe Akim representing Nigeria. All right, we see Akim taking his time. Aagorne. As I mentioned the other time, he looks so bingo friendly. Feels like there has to be something here, but unfortunately, there are no available bingos for Akim. In fact, the only eight-letter word he could play to any floater would be baronage, and these are not well placed on this board for that. So we'll definitely see him balancing his trials here. I think a move like loan, Loan from the L in Bellon is pretty standard, but we see him going a bit differently. We opt for GOA atop Bodgens. Do you think this does anything new to the board?
Other than opening the board, I really don't think it does much. Although, considering the fact that the scores are pretty close, and to him, the blank is still unseen, I think opening the board is fine because the board looks very choked, and a bingo coming down would have to play over fixed or to the E.
True, true. With the GOA move, at least now there is a G floating, and you remember he contained an N in that turn. And there's something about the N and G combo that goes so well, especially if he drew into an I. We'll be seeing Lookman cashing in on the new opening with a bingo, but I'm worried we'll be seeing a phony because Pod doesn't take the back hook. Yes. Do you think Akim would challenge this move?
I think so. I think we should be seeing a challenge. I really think so.
Yes, it's understandable why he would make this mistake. There is, in fact, SPAW, but it means a spy. It is a noun. It can be a verb. So we see Tringles are most likely booking sport. And let's see if Akim challenges this up.
Looks like he's on
All
hold.
right, we see, yes, Lukman is not going into the towel bag. We see Akim looking at the move. I'm definitely sure he's not worried about the Tringles. It is the sport he's looking at, thinking if this word does exist in the lexicon. But as I mentioned, it's understandable why Lukman would want to try out this move. There is SPAW, and a lot of words like that might be a verb, but certainly not this one. And I'm sure when he played the chord, he must have been thinking he was setting up an S hook and must have been glad to see he could hook it. But let's see what Akim does if he's going to challenge this move or leave it off. If you ask me, I think Akim has every reason to challenge because the move scores 68 and a challenge is only 5 points extra. So I don't see how it hurts to, just give Lukman the 5 points if it was decided or not. But I guess Akim doesn't want to give any unnecessary points to Lukman. So it's understandable why he's taking his time. Is this someone asking in the chat? Is there any reason he does not play Snittle and move on? Well, the score difference between Snittle looking EF would be too little and it would expose the S on the triple triple. So I'm sure in Lukman's mind he's thinking this is a very standard move. It scores well and it conditions the board a bit more. So we see Akin really taking his time with this challenge. Why do you think is okay? We see a challenge eventually. All right, we see SPAWED is a phony, and wow, Hakim saying that there isn't much you can do. Lippman already has the blank, and the E in Bellon is still open. You might as well just go for the Jaguar and score pretty decently.
I think that 40 might cost Lukman the game, especially because he could have played, safe and scored 69, almost 70 points. But now I think he has to play to the E and he scores just 59, and it's exposing the triple word score.
True, very true. The thing is, with that phony played, it has given Akim a bit of momentum in this game because as it stands, the score is Akim's 347 to Lukman's 303. And the only options, as you rightfully said, are through the E in Bellon, scoring only 59 points. He has words like Tringle and Lost Train playing for just 59 points. And we see the Q on Akin's rack. I'm sure we would have loved to see either of the last two use with that, but still, I'm sure with the Q80 combination, it could still land somewhere else on this board. So I would like to see Lukman's choice here. You can see he's down 3 minutes on the clock. And as I mentioned earlier, I had a feeling this would matter in the game. From his POV, there are still 23 on St. Charles, seven of them on Akenzula. So there is still a lot of game to be played. We are approaching the end game yet, but still we are not quite there. So I'm curious to see if this would affect Lukman in any way. And anyone who is watching Scrabble for the first time, the time does matter because the moment is time exhaust, and for every extra minute he uses, it's a plus 10 for the opponent. So we see him quickly rush down Lance here. I'm sure he's thinking of opening up the board further because Lance takes the whole S for slant, and there's plants, there's even a land. So he's thinking the E is open in Bellon for my bingo, and now I've opened up a new lane where I could come back and bingo. What do you think about this move?
Yes, I think it's fine. It's a setup for his bingo, especially since the playing to the E doesn't score much. He needs to try to secure this win for himself.
Yes. All right. We saw Akim arrange Q80 on his rack the other time, and I'm sure he was looking to play that either to the left hand side of Jagir or going over to the AM in Arrointed and playing Q80 down here, forming AMA and RAT. But once again, exposing that triple lane unnecessarily would not be the option here. So we might see Q80 come down to the left hand side of Jagir for 37 points, leaving RNEV. And that even slightly obstructs the landscape. Fine, you can still play bingo ending with S, but what if the bingo has to start with an S? That can't move would obstruct that. So I've been slaying a flip flop. Okay, okay, that's exactly what he's doing. He's playing it for 37 points, leaving REVN, and I'm sure with certain draws, he could even come back with a bingo of his own. You see Lukman now with just 2 minutes left on the clock. The pressure is high. Lukman is on 315 to Akim's 384. I'm sure he knows he needs a bingo urgently.
Sheesh, looking at his rack, I really don't think there's any bingos that I can play. and the tiles in the bag are reducing really, really fast. And he has just about a minute and 30 seconds on his time. So I think
Yes, we see him play.
he needs to play fast.
Yeah, we see him play YU to the right hand side there. Once again, with the idea of opening up as many spots as he can and leaving a very synergic rack leave. Right now, I wouldn't want to be in Akim's shoe because I know there are too many threats on this board. The Lance move, set up an S, which he knows Lukman has. With this new move now, there is another S setup because there's AMUS. Also, the E in Bellon remains open. So right now, there isn't much Akim can do to block all the spots. But I'm sure he's looking to just score as much as he can on this turn. We see him arrange Velcro. I haven't quite seen where that fits on this board, or if there is somewhere else right now he could play that. All right, but some of his top choices would be to play Coven next to OWN, forming NOWN. That scores 21 points, but that exposes the C on the triple lane, and I don't think he would want to go for that. Do you see any safer move for Akim currently?
Uh, Other than that, I see novel, same spots, but then exposing the N is even worse. So I think Coven is better.
Well said. The thing is, there could be an interesting setup here from Akim. How about he just plays Oven in the exact same spot? He leaves the C to hook the Oven later on. And as we recall, the board is open enough already. The AMU spot, there isn't much Akim can do about it. So, how about he plays OVEN, setting up the Coven hook for later? What do you think about this move?
Okay, I think that setup is fine. I think your um option of playing just Uvon is fine.
Yeah, but we see Akim is way too paranoid about the new opening and he plays LO, blocking the hook to Amos. But in some worlds rather, there are still 9 letter bingos that can go through the LO with LOS, maybe like Glossia or something like that, Glossiest, that will still land. But we are not seeing any of those plays here. We're seeing something pretty standard. Lookman is playing grains, hooking, slant. I believe the blank would be an N. All right, things are getting interesting now. There are only 6,000 left on Lukman's rack, and the scores are Lukman's 397 to Akim's 391. We've officially entered into the end game. I'm curious to see how Akim is going to navigate this. I have a feeling is he has a bit of an advantage because it is his turn to play. With the tiles Lukman has, except he finishes in his next move, then Akim can dictate how this end game goes. So do you think Lukman should have delayed his bingo, as certain players would have tried to really analyze that move and think, oh, if I play out my bingo, I'm going to have 6 tiles, and my opponent can play out in 2 moves? Or do you think going for that greens was just the best to do then?
Okay, so if we look at it from his point of view. Firstly, is down on time. Also, delaying the bingo if he decides to play something out. I see why you, and I think as at then there were three E's in the bag, Y and U, picking the Y and U alongside the blank and some other tiles might not guarantee him a bingo. Also, the bingo would not score much, especially even after the bingo, the scores are still, very, very close. So, unless he would be playing to the triple lane, I really do not think he should have delayed the bingo.
True, true, true. All right, so with CVERNIN on Athens Rack, I think the best he can do here to ensure he plays out in two moves would be playing Cavern through the A in Brains for 22 points, leaving IN. But would that be enough to win the game? Because you can see the S on Lukman's rack. The major threat on this board, as someone has rightfully mentioned in the chat, is the Aslant hook. Slant takes the hook A, forming a slant, and we can see a high scoring tile such as the Y on Lukman's rack. So a move like EYAS there would be absolutely devastating in this end game, scoring 43 points. Even if Lukman is unsure of EYAS, a move like YAS make things interesting, and with perfect play from both players, we might be seeing a draw. So Lukman has to find EYAS after Akim plays Havan. But there's also the option of Akim realizing the EYAS threat and the Aslan's hope. But is there anything he can do about it without sacrificing too many points? I think this is a very interesting endgame here, and we can see Akim taking his time. The 42 seconds left on Lukman's clock might be a bit challenging. But even though Akim realizes that Lukman is low on the scores, he would not want to rush this move to instill a mistake from Lukman. So we can see Akim taking his time. Now it's down to 2 minutes. The thing is, the I in grains, perhaps he wants to play through it to obstruct the Aslant hook, but as I've said, it scores way too little. As you see someone saying in the chat, AYE even in that same spot is 40, which is massive. But if Cavan is played, the only winning move for Lukman is to play EYAS. If he goes for YAS, Akin can in fact force a draw. So we see on Lukman's rack is only arranging YAE with Lukman on 397 and Akin on. All right, a slight mistake from my end. Lukman is on 402, and I think a move of YAS after this, even if he doesn't spot EYAS, would in fact win him the game. Oh, we see YEAS come down. It did not spot the Aslant move. Wow. Would we be seeing Akim stealing this win?
I think Akim would win with
All
four
right.
points. Looks like he finished with IN. IN scored 17 in that spot, which takes the game to 430 to 430. But the extra 4 points on Lukman's rack will give
Yes.
Akim the win.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe this. Aslant was the move for Lukman to win this game. But unfortunately, with the time pressure and perhaps not looking at that sport, he missed his winning move. Wow, what a surprising turn of events. You can see them analyzing the game. He's thinking, oh, what if he played NY? But we can see that both players are not even thinking of the Aslant group. Wow, what an interesting end game. Good job to Akim for spotting Kavan as the structure is there because there wasn't much he could do. Even if he did spot the Aslant hook for Akim, there was no way he could block that without sacrificing too much points. Wow, what an interesting end game. All right, what an amazing start to the World Scrabble Championships here in Accra, Ghana. I would say a very close call from Owolabi Lukman from Ireland and Akeem Olaide from Nigeria, winning with only 4 points. And I'm sure with 7 more games to go for today, we're going to see more amazing gameplay from the best players from around the world. We see you, Matt Kanik, in the chat. We see everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you stay tuned, and we'll be right back for the second game of today.
ní blank ni rẹtẹ wà ń bí báyìí náà rẹtẹ wà blank wà so mo kàn fẹ́ ní kí n tá pé tí wọ́n máa ta anything rẹ̀ sí náà mo kàn wókè make I no you know. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 mo máa ta sharing gan fún scoring gan pọ̀ mẹ́ẹ̀.
And again mo fẹ́ ta mo fẹ́ ibi báyìí mo fẹ́ pa ibi báyìí mo fẹ́ ta cat báyìí kí n pa ibi báyìí yẹ. But mo kí ṣó wọ́ tẹ̀ ní mo kẹ́ máa ṣe lọ torment ní gbogbo bíbá wà nílẹ̀ mo dẹ̀ láti score. Ṣó ti yé yín?
Nígbà tó ta káàdì tó bá ta bíbá yìí. Okay, because
ẹ tí wọn fẹ́ ṣẹ́ wọn lẹ̀ gallant dẹ̀ tún wà. So.
Okay, jẹ́ kí n sáré click on sáré score. 28.
64.
64. Me score the
70.
98.
Yes, 24. 16, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 23, 24. 88.
42.
Reme, 8, 9, 10, 42.
8, 9, 10, 11, 42. 140.
What 70. Aaron 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
158.
What 35.
Faded, shape 25.
No, yeah, 6, 35.
Okay, 30.
Yeah. What chaff.
Okay, 175. What 25. 12, 13, 25. 200.
What 36. Buck.
190.
194.
Yeah, 194, yeah.
What 36. No, 39.
Lunch is after this game. Lunch is after this game. But before you go for lunch, submit round one and round two. We'll give you coupons for lunch as well. Lunch is after this game. So we'll be back at 2:30 for round three.
Okay, so we check over there. Okay. 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 Thank you. Okay. Is there audio on the table? Do you know? Is there audio on the table? As in, sounds here will be heard on the screen? Oh dear. Better stay quiet. All right. If you don't mind, I take a picture of the setup and with you. Thank you.
Send it to me.
Okay, later I need to find your email or WhatsApp to send to you.
Also.
Most people in Nigeria use WhatsApp? People in Nigeria use WhatsApp? Okay, so not Telegram or any other thing. Okay.
Okay, guys. Good luck. Have fun. If any of those wrong people just hit me up. Okay? I'm right here for you.
Okay.
Have fun.
Is that for us also? Do we start? Okay. All right. Okay. Good luck. Go ahead.
Welcome everyone to game two of the WESPAC 2025 happening live here in Accra, Ghana. On your screens, we see George Ezinore going against Ricky from Singapore. Ezinore is one of the representatives from Nigeria. If you see any Singaporeans in the chat or Nigerians in the chat, do give a shout out to who you're rooting for in this game. And joining me commentating is Lasaki Koinsola. Are you there, Lasaki? All right, I think she might be having some trouble joining us. As soon as she's here, I'll let you guys know. All right, on Izino's rack, I think we are having a bit of trouble seeing his styles. That would be adjusted in just a second. Meanwhile, we see Ricky drawing into the first blank. In fact, an amazing pull for his first rack here. We have EDG, IES blank. I'm sure he's thinking of words like edges to play. But let's see what Izino can come up with for his first move. As soon as we get his styles, we'll have you guys informed. Meanwhile, for anybody who is just joining, this is the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship 2025 holding live right here in Accra, Ghana. We have 126 players from around the world. We have 27 countries represented here to slug it out and contend for the World Scrabble Championship title. We'll be playing 32 games throughout this tournament. Yes, you heard that right. 32 games are going to be played to determine the top two who will then compete in the best of seven finals this Sunday. All right, we see George playing IVY on his first move, leaving GAMO. Let's see, this looks pretty standard. Um, this would definitely give Wiki an opportunity to play his bingo. He has options such as Edgest forming TV for 71 points. And if he wants to, play a bit fanciful, he could play a very interesting move of GIDJEES. Okay, JIV. He would have to designate his blank as the J forming gauges for 71 points. But keeping it simple and playing edges and Tybee seems pretty standard. The only drawback is that move exposes the hooks such as hedges, if I can recall correctly. And there's hedges, there's ledges, sedges, and wedges. So all those hooks should be available or on the triple lane when he plays that. I would like to see how he goes about the first move of this game. Meanwhile, once again, if you're in the chats rooting for George or you're rooting for Ricky, or this is your first time watching Scrabble, you could ask questions, ask me anything you want to know about the tournament, and I will answer. We would love to see some engagement from you guys. Make sure you like the stream, make sure you subscribe to the channel, or even share the link with your friends so that we can watch some amazing Scrabble play. All right, we see Ricky taking his time. He doesn't want to rush this move, and that's very understandable. Any reckless play could easily give back a lot to his opponents. I'm sure I myself would have probably just played edges and TV, forgetting that there are hooks to edges that would expose the triple lane. So he's saying taking his time, thinking through the hooks to Ivy, which is only Jivy and Ivy. A move that he's probably arranging on his rack currently is to play diverges through the V in IB. This seems, pretty standard, and it doesn't give back too much to his opponent. All right, we are seeing some fans of Ricky in the chat. This is my first time seeing Ricky play, and I'm curious to see how or what sort of player we have on our screens. We are seeing the blank designator is circling S. I'm curious to see what play this is going to be. All right. You're seeing some incredible word power from Ricky. He plays Diegesis. I'm sure he cited the other options and now he has assessed and thought to himself that this would probably be the safest option instead of playing words like edges or the diverges that would expose the E or a triple word score there. So we see George with AMOTIG. I'm sure he's thinking right now how he can play as many consonants from that because the MWG combo is not what he loves to see. All right, so he's going for Wigga, WIGGA, which is invalid. In fact, I'm surprised to see if he would commit this move. WIGGA. What there is Wiggy, but I'm surprised to see him opting for this move. And you can see he has clocked in and committed this move. Would we be seeing a challenge from Wiki? All right, guess not, because you can see Izina already replenishing his styles. The first pony of today coming from Izino, sorry, coming from Izino George, but as you can see, escapes with that pony. And over to Ricky, he has DOFLTAS, and we see him playing Dove, hooking WO and IF, scoring 33 points, leaving an amazing rap lead with an EI. I'm sure he can easily play bingos to the floaters on the board. All right, wasting no time. Isinore George with DOXANMT going for one of his highest scoring options. DOX, okay, OD and XI for 39 points, leaving NAMT. The scores are George's 77 to Ricky's 93. I think the challenge at that point would have been pretty devastating for George because he would have been stuck with some ugly tiles there, and um, Ricky could have cashed in on the F somewhere else, scoring and increasing his lead. Regardless, the game goes on, and we'll see if either of the players will later hook on Bigas, and we will see a challenge right there. All right, we have Izinore George with ANMCNST and Ricky with FANCALS. It is Ricky's turn to play. This looks a bit bingo friendly, with the S, with the A's. You might think there's a bingo here, but there are none available for Ricky right now. Some of his options would be to play fan underneath DOF, but that is such an unnecessary play because it exposes the triple word score. And instead you could play something safer and just keep it simple, playing FAY with the Y of Ivy. You can see him taking his time. There is no need to rush. He's going to do his due diligence and make sure he doesn't give back unnecessary options or plays for his opponents. Once again, if you are just joining us, this is the second game for today. We have Vicky from Singapore on your screen going against Ezinori George. These are both top players representing their country, and make sure you stay tuned because there is going to be some fireworks in this game. As you can see earlier on, Ricky already played Jesus, showing off his incredible world power. Now let's see what he decides to do on this turn. All right, we see Ricky still taking his time and rightfully so. I'm sure you are seeing options like pay just scoring 17 points, but he's doing his due diligence, making sure he's not missing any scoring option. Another thing he could probably play is flat hooking CWO. That scores 20 points and leaves a very good tiles of ANS. Let's see what he comes up with. We see Ricky still taking his time. In the last game, we had Owolabi Lukman going against Oloribigbe Akin from Nigeria, and in the time crunch, he missed out on what could have won him the game in the end game. So, will we be seeing something similar with Ricky taking some time but eventually going for flat hooking TWO for 20? Okay, George, I believe, went with an exchange there, leaving ANCS. There really wasn't much he could do if there were floating vowels on the board for him to, play through. He would have done that. Yes, the A and B that was open for some short plays, but I think he noticed that and felt, how about he just exchanges and goes into the bag for really good tiles there. So we've seen an exchange from George. The scores are 77 to Ricky's 113, and it is Ricky's turn to play now. He has Coarans. It looks very promising for Bengals, but I there are none available for him right now. With high float, he could play ocarinas, and with M, he has a bunch of bingos like macarons and the likes, but there is no floating I or M currently for M. So let's see how he balances his styles. We can see him separate CA, and maybe he wants to play CAY, and just wait one more turn, leaving ORANS, saying if he could come down with a bingo later on. And we can already see from Ezinore George, even though he left a rack of ANCS, which would have looked really promising if he picked the right styles, he picked EBL alongside that, and I'm sure he's a bit beat up about that. But is an amazing player, and I'm sure he'll be able to weather the storm and score pretty well. Still back to Ricky, taking his time, making sure he doesn't rush this move. And he has cited ROAN, which plays on top of flat, forming OFAL and NA for 19 points, leaving ACS. That seems pretty standard. It scores well, leaves CAS, which go well together. Let's see if he commits this move eventually. Once again, for those watching, make sure you give the stream a like. You can share to your friends. All right, we see CAY coming down. He wants to keep the board pretty close, keep things enclosed, because the only letter that goes with the C is CH. So it would be pretty difficult to access the right hand side of the board as at this point. And as we know, Ivy wouldn't stake the back hook S. So the only options for a bingo right now would be to hook tie V or jive and play down, or a word that goes with the S. All right, interesting. We are seeing another exchange from Ezinori George. That is an interesting choice there. Two exchanges leaving the exact same leave of ANCS. I'm guessing he's really fixated on dropping down a bingo as soon as possible, and he doesn't want to, play out any unnecessary move. I had a feeling if CAY was not played, he would have gone for BLY in that same spot, but seeing as it was blocked with the CAY move from Ricky, then I guess he felt he had no choice but to exchange on that turn. Now, one thing you need to note about a lot of Nigerian players is they are really, really fast. You can see Isnori George already 6 minutes ahead of Ricky, and I'm sure Ricky is yet again going to take his time on this move. He's arranging KOAN, probably wants to play it on the same spot he wanted to play ROAN the other time at top flat. But other option he has is to play Kronk next to the C in K, CROONK, scoring 21 points. But the downside is exposing the triple lane for Kronk's after. Oh, interestingly, Kronk is in fact a blocker. So Kronk in this move is in fact worth considering. Gronk doesn't take the back hook S. So that would be an interesting play. The only downside would be exposing new floaters to the opponent because after that move, the O, the N, and the K will be exposed for a bingo. And especially with Izunori George exchanging tiles twice in the last two moves, you wouldn't want to risk exposing too much for George. So we see him go for ROAN, a thing he could have played in the previous turn, and in this turn he could have played KOAN in that same spot. But I guess he's worried about leaving duplicated R's, and the K can still do some damage later on this board. All right, we see George with ONNATES. He has no seven-letter word bingos, and as we said, the board is pretty much choked up and there are not a lot of available floaters right now. The D in Dolph is there, the S in Jesus is there, but unfortunately, none of those floaters will give him the bingo right now. He exchanged in his last two moves, scoring zero. Now, would we be seeing him fishing one more time for tiles, playing something like ON next to the OD in Diegesis? That scores 13 and leaves a very strong rack lead of ANTES. But the only thing he's worried about is in the time he has exchanged twice, Wiki now has increased his lead further to 146 to George's 77. Now is about 70 points behind and is scoring a very little point of 13, but there isn't a lot of options for him right now, and he is going for that. We see in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. We see a lot of Nigerians watching. I'm guessing people are rooting for Izinore George right now, and who knows, maybe we'll see some Asians rooting for Ricky later on in the chat. All right, Wiki with PERKEUES. I'm sure he's glad to see a bit of synergy with these styles, but with the shape of the board currently, there in fact isn't a lot of options for him right now. He could, wait a bit, play KUNA to the NA in Rome, scoring 13 points, leaving PERS. The downside to that, though, is you're needlessly exposing the K to the triple word lane. And in fact, he doesn't have a lot of promising options that would not give back too much to his opponent. Yes, we see him go for PUR, very cagey move. Doesn't want to expose too much for his opponent. He still keeps the K for this turn, hoping to do some damage with it next turn. So PUR scores 15, leaving ERKES. All right, we see Izunori with ATNSENT yet again with a low scoring play of 16. Truthfully, there wasn't much he could do in this turn either ways. The two exchanges haven't, favored him so much to come down with a bingo of his own. And little by little, I think Ricky would be extending his lead further up until the point Isnore George is able to come down with a bingo of his own. All right, we see NDERKES from Ricky. The board remains blocked, but he could squeeze out 22 points right now if he plays Ember through the E in Diegesis. And beautiful, he spots that it quite quickly and it comes down for 22 points. Yes, this exposes a new floater, the R, and a lane to hook embers later on in the game, but still he has to go for his points. He can't keep dropping 1,000, 2,000, scoring too little. So Ember scoring 22 points, leaving KES seems pretty solid here. And we have finally, we should be seeing a bingo from Ezinore George with the new opening from Ricky playing Ember. He can realize that and play Embers and on Smooth. But we are seeing him go somewhere else playing the Mounts for 78. The two options are pretty close. On Smooth scores 80 points, the Mount scores 78 points. So finally, Ezinore George has found his bingo, scoring 78 points, and is 1 point ahead of Ricky right now. Luckily for Ricky, he has picked the blank and the Q alongside Q blank OEEKS. Would we be seeing him running the blank right now to play what like QUEME to the M the mouse, or he's going to wait his turn and just play out the case somewhere playing EEK and scoring 31 points, leaving OKS. EEK would play to the left hand side of the mouse, forming EE, EN, and KO for 31, leaving OQS blank. This would be a really interesting turn to burn the blank or to keep it. Let's see what he decides to do. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the second game of the main event of the World Scrabble Championships happening in Accra, Ghana right now. On your screen to see Isnore George representing Nigeria going against Ricky from Singapore. We've had an incredible game so far. Hi, hello to you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Earlier on, Ricky played Jesus in his turn, scoring quite incredibly and showing off his word power there. And after a few balances from Ezinori George, eventually we see him come down with the mouse just now. All right, Ricky has made up his mind. He wants to go for OK, which is very reasonable. You have QEES blank and OK scores 26 points. So with the right draw, this could, bingo a couple of times. I'm sure he would have loved to keep the U, the mount open to play bingo through that U since he has the Q. But he has to, go for his scores at this point, scoring 26, giving very synergic tiles. All right, we have Ezinore George with VELCROD in some words this could be very bingo friendly, but right now in the shape of the board there really isn't a lot of options. It has DEVOT available beneath Ember scoring 26, but that needlessly exposes the T on the triple triple. So I'm guessing it's going to go for something like bold to the E in Ember or love there. But if he's really paranoid about exposing too much for his opponents, then I'm guessing he could play words like VOLS to the demands or OVEL to the E in Ember. Even though that still exposes a lot, it's still a bit better than a triple triple right now. But let's see what he does on this turn. There really isn't a lot of options for him. The board is, a bit fine. There are floaters available, but because he has only O and E and the V really isn't what he wants right now. Okay, I see him arranging DV. Perhaps he wants to play Dev and keep a wrap of LORPT. We've seen him play really low scoring points while he was scheming for a bingo. He dropped 80, he dropped ON, and he exchanged two times rather during the course of this game. So I'm guessing he's a bit skeptical on dropping just two tiles on this turn and scoring too little. But let's see what he comes up with. The truth is, there really isn't a lot of options for him right now, and he has to make up his mind. Okay, even though Hussein George spent some time on this move, he still has a full on 15 minutes to go in this game. Meanwhile, Ricky has 9 minutes. I'm sure Ricky still feels no pressure whatsoever. He's a really experienced player, and I'm sure he can navigate his way towards the end of the game. But we can see the speed of Nigerian players right here on stream. It is Nori George still having 15 minutes to go in this game, and he's taking his time on this move. There's no need to rush. He needs to assess the tiles left. There's still a bunch of E's to be picked. And you can see him go for LEV, leaving a wrap of TORED. I'm sure he has a good feeling about this. He's seeing the N exposed, the T in the mount exposed, and the S there is feeling, oh, he could still bingo to those floaters. All right, LEV comes down and Wiki with a rack of SQEEEE blank. He has four E's. I mean, players love to see E's on their rack, but right now, four E's is asking for too much. So he has little option as to play CEE, hooking LEVE, leaving a rack of SQ blank EE. All right, it seems the Tower Gods are smiling really hard at George right now. Erotized is coming down with the new floater exposed from the last move from Ricky. Erotized coming down for a boatload of points. This is a nice turn of events for George. I'm sure he felt a bit skeptical about playing just LEV, but look at how the tides have changed now with Erotized coming down for 88 points. But I think this game is far from over. You see, Vicky still has the Q, the S, the blank, and I'm sure with a two with a play now, to balance the styles, it could probably come with an incredible bingo containing the Q. I'm sure, regardless of what he chooses here, there is still a lot of games left to be played in this matchup. All right. We see him arranging AWE, looking to play that next to Z in error That would form ZA, EW, and EP. That scores 34 points. And SQE blank is a very good lead. And the good thing about this move is it exposes or it opens up another lane for a bingo because you can hook ZA with S and you can see it has an S of its own. So very solid move from Ricky there, and he has committed that move. All right, back to George. We have PIHILEC. I'm sure he's happy to see the CH combination. Those two tiles can be very, nice to see, and they can score you a lot of points depending on the shape of the board. Right now, shout outs to Chris Live. He in fact has LIPE as a move worth considering on this turn, booking ZAP and EWE. But I doubt he's going to go for such move because it exposes way too much for his opponent. So we might see a very interesting play. I'm curious if he would spot the CHOMP place through the OM of the Mount and OK, scoring 42 points. The only downside is he would have a leave of IILE, but 42 points at the stage of this game is very solid, especially with the fact that he's leading with about 30 points. Adding 42 to that would take his lead to a spread of 70. We see in the chat, Damilari, thank you for joining us. If you're in the chat, you can leave your comments, you can leave your flag, tell us the player you're rooting for, ask any questions, I'll be here to answer. Once again, this is game two of the World Scrabble Championship happening here in Accra, Ghana. Interesting. We see Clyde come down, and you can see the thought process going into this move. There is only one more H left on scene. He has one himself and is banking on the fact that his opponent doesn't have an H. So he could play CH as a reply next turn for a lot of points if he plays that up or down Clyde. All right, what an interesting choice there. I'm sure Ricky recognizes the threat. He doesn't know for sure if George has the age, but I'm sure he has a gut feeling that that move is just way too suspicious to not play Clyde without leaving an age on your rack. All right, we see Ricky with SQEJBL. He has cleared the queue now for 2 turns, I believe. No fault of his. He had to go for other scoring options, but now he has the G alongside that, and that just worsens the tiles significantly. You see him set aside JE, looking to play JEU hooking OK for 33 points. But once again, I'm sure he's worried about the flight move, saying as in fact two options are open there. EWE takes the back hook R and S, and fine he has the S, but he really can't do much about that right now. So we're saying just to go for JEU. I'm sure he's thinking if George plays to, or if he hooks C forming CH and scores that, at least he has the S to come back with EWES playing down that lane. Unfortunately for George, yes, he still has the age and he can cash in on that spot, but he doesn't have the best of cards right now. He does have 51 points available for him if he wants to play AYAH, within CH for 51 points. The only issue is he's going to leave IIU on his rack, which he doesn't love to see. So we can see him thinking of words like a he, but you can see he has also arranged AHAY to the side, and I'm sure he has spotted the AYAH possibility. So is he going to go for a he or go all out and just play AYAH? All right, he has made up his mind. AYAH is the move, scoring 51, taking his score to 366 to Wiki's 288. What an interesting turn of events. Ricky was the first to play a bingo of his own of their Jesus, and after two exchanges and two really low scoring plays, we've seen George play demount and erotize, and now Aya for 51 points, taking his lead way further. But still, there is hope for Ricky. The age comes on his tiles on his rack right now, but unfortunately at the wrong time. We would have loved to have it when Clive was played, but now the age comes just one move late. Still, he has options like HOKE and HES. The OKE on the board, he could plonk an H there, okay, HOKE and TWOS for 32 points. That leaves BLQT, but would you want to do that? The EWE is still, available on the board. I have a feeling it will just play QI. It scores too little, 11 points only. The I in error is, right there to just plunk your Q and leave BHLST rather than keeping the Q for about 3 turns now. Oh, we see an horrendous draw from he did leave UII on his last turn. Unfortunately, he has not picked the tiles he wants alongside that. Still, I'm sure he would have a couple of options to, weather this turn. But right now, it's still on Ricky to make up his mind on what he wants to do on this turn. Right now, he could play QI scoring just 11 points, but he's still a bit far from George's reach. Meanwhile, he could just go all out and say he wants to play HOKE, OKTWOS for HES, scoring 32 points, leaving BLQT. From his perspective, there is still one S left in the bag and two U's. I'm sure those two U's be giving him a bit of confidence in keeping the cue for one more turn. And we can see a bunch of eyes from his perspective too. He sees one A, two E's, about five eyes or four eyes, one O and two U's. Unbeknownst to him, most of these vowels are on George's rack, but I'm sure he has a good feeling that if he keeps the cue for one more turn, he's going to pick the U. But we in the commentary booth here, those of you joining us on stream, can see that both U's are in fact on Izino's rack right now. So let's see, will he be playing QI or we can see him? I think he's thinking of something else entirely. Let's see what he comes up with on this turn. You know, even an exchange is a move here. He could just play, he could just exchange rather the BQ or exchange the entire BHLQT, leaving just S blank. It is a tricky turn for Ricky right now, and I'm curious to see what he will do on this turn. Once again, if you're joining us, make sure you leave a comment and tell us the country you're watching from. All right, we are seeing an exchange from Wiki. I think that was a smart choice because retaining the queue there would be, a bit worrisome, even though he doesn't know George has both use. All right, we see George wasting no time laying UTERI from a very vowel heavy rack. This doesn't score too much, but this does a couple of things they want. First, it obstructs the floaters that were available for Wiki. I'm sure Izino recognizes that there is still one blank left on scene and it could be on Wiki's rack. So, wise choice to obstruct the floaters there and play out as many vowels as he can. Wiki has SHSERG blank. I'm sure he feels so close to a bingo right now, and he opts for REHS for 32 points, leaving GS blank. It would be an interesting turn of events if we see him pick the Q he just exchanged. As you can see, Izanor has evaded picking that Q, and the Q is still left in the bag. All right, George has ONAIIUN. Still a really vowel heavy rack. Let's see how we can navigate this turn. From his perspective, there are four tiles left in the bag, and I'm sure George is feeling pretty confident here because there is only one vowel left from George's perspective. There is only one I left and one blank. Yes, in some worlds, bingos can still come down if Ricky doesn't have the Q, the B or G, but you can see doesn't want to take any chances. He wants to block the S spot that was opened when Ricky played REHS. And as I predicted, Ricky has found the Q back on his rack. With George playing 3,000 now, there's only one tile left in the bag, and that leaves Ricky just one more chance to fish for a bingo. I think this was a really solid play from George, playing out three tiles and allowing Ricky only one more chance to play a bingo. That would give George an opportunity to know the exact tiles Ricky has the moment he fishes for a bingo. All right, we see QI come down, eventually leaving BRIGS. But the thing is, even if it does pick a bingo, where would it fit on this board? You can see George has done a fantastic job of tailoring this board. Eons blocked out the S spot to the triple lane. Uteri, few moves before, made sure the T and S were not available for bingos. All right, we see an interesting move could in fact be played here with a rack of NNARULT from George. He could extend IONS to play a 27 word play. Let me see if anyone in the chat could spot that extension. There is a 27 word play option for George extending the IONS to the left hand side of this board. And If such play isn't spotted, there are pretty decent plays for George. Now he can see the exact styles that Ricky has when he does his tracking. You would see that Ricky has BRIGST blank, and with the way the board is shaped, the chances of the bingo coming down is very slim. The only spot that Ricky was probably banking on was the Stevie hook for TIVY, but the downside is you'll have to play an eight-letter word bingo that contains an R in that exact spot. Yes, you see in the chat, someone has spotted lunations for George right now. It is not a winning move he has to find. Anything he plays there is fine. So it is just a fancy play if he spots this. All right, we see George taking his time. There's no need to rush. BRIGST blank is what he would be saying if he tracks correctly. And after he assesses that there are no major threats from Wiki right now, then you would be able to decide that he could play Lunations or just play anything else. Wow, incredible. We can see him arrange LUNAT. He has in fact spotted this move. I expect nothing less from a Masters player playing in the World Scrabble Championship. This is impressive from George right now. All right, we see him commit the move Lunations, a nine-letter word played in this tournament. Very interesting. Fine, this move was not played from seven tiles in George's rack, but it is still Wiki, and we are going to see an additional 5 points for George. What an incredible play from George. All right, we can see the players smiling. I'm sure even Ricky himself is impressed that George would spot such a play. All right, back to Ricky now with BRIGST. If he wants to burn his blank, he could play STILD next to the AY in AYAH. That way, the B sits pretty on the triple letter score and he scores 38 if he spots that. All right, we see 1 minute left on the clock for Vicky. I'm sure that it is not going to exceed the time. He's just doing his due diligence and arrange the gives. Curious where he wants to play that. Okay, maybe he wants to play GIBS through the E in the mount. All right, we're seeing something different. He plays Gibbs atop Illuminations for 30 points, leaving out Switzerland. But with iron left on, is also that I'm sure he's going to finish in the next move. Simple play of INS ending with the S in the mount ends this game, and you can see he spots it 10-4 Izino George. What an incredible game from both players. The first move or the first bingo from Ricky that Jesus was so impressive, but you can see he had a lot of tough decisions. He has to enclose the board with moves like Rowan, like Pearl, but the moment the towels are lined for George. He came down swinging with the mounts, and the Rotais came in clutch to win this game. And I think the Clive setup too was very impressive. Fine, it was a gamble, as at that point there was still one more age on Cena. It could have been with Ricky, but that Clive move eventually paid off with him scoring 51 points, playing AYAH. What an incredible game. The final scores after both players tallied their scores would be 422 for George to Ricky's 361. Ending in incredible fashion with donations too was such an impressive play from George. All right, guys, make sure you stay tuned. I promise you there are going to be more incredible plays from the players in this tournament. For those of you who followed us in the first game that was played on stream here. We had Lukman Olabi lose with just 4 points to Oladibe Akim after he could not spot the move of Aslant. I promise you, there has been a lot of drama happening since the start of the main event. Right now, we see the 9 letter word combinations on stream here and some interesting decisions from both players. So make sure you stay tuned. The next game is going to be on your stream as soon as both players are done tallying their scores. But from our end here, if everything is accurate as it should be, George would win with 422 to Ricky's 361. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Make sure you go nowhere. You can reheat your popcorns or your snacks. Make sure you stay tuned. Go and chill your drinks before you're back. We'll be ready for the third game of the tournament. Testing one, two. All right, everyone, welcome to game three of the main event of the World Scrabble Championship happening here live in Accra, Ghana. All right, we see Woko teaming with Viddene, and we are seeing a move of end dive. I'm unsure if this is a valid word. I know of end dive, but is this valid? I doubt it. We are seeing a challenge from Tariq from Pakistan. All right, early on, a phony challenge off. Let's see how this game unfolds. All right, joining me on the in the commentary booth is Okweyemi.
Hello everyone, this is Iba. This is the third round of the main event in Ghana, and it's quite interesting to see it coming and
Yes, it is. He had options like Vended available for him, but he felt, oh, how about I just play my a bingo and surge into the lead early on. Unfortunately, it is, however, invalid. All right, we're seeing Tariq play Coolie Cooley for 24 points. All right, interesting. I'm sure he took his time to make sure he's not giving back anything to Wokotimi, but unfortunately, there would be the option of the vein available. Wow,
I think I would like to say Kuli is not a bad player,
wow, wow, wow. This
but
is,
it was not challenged.
yes, this is a strange turn of events in the third game for today. We saw Timi Woko start with an invalid word of him dive, which was rightfully challenged by Tariq. And then in response, Tariq played a phony of himself, playing Coolie. I'm sure Timmy would have doubted if that word is valid, but because it gives back the bingo of the game, I'm sure he left it on for him to play his bingo. What an interesting start to this game.
Very interesting. I mean, you might be aware, but then what is able and he was able to get the clothes he needed to play the thing he was
True.
basically.
All right, back to Tariq. Tariq is representing Pakistan in this tournament. Meanwhile, we saw Simi Woko yesterday, who played in the last chance qualifiers to feature in the main events representing Nigeria. Even though he was unable to meet the quota to represent the country, he was able to win the last chance qualifier that held yesterday. What an amazing turn of events for him. All right, we see ENEW come down for Tariq for 31 points, leaving UNI. Current scores are Woko's 68 to Tariq's 53. We see in the chat, we see some encouragement for Tariq. I'm guessing his fellow Pakistans are here cheering him on. If we have Nigerians in the chat who are rooting for Woko Timi, we urge you to drop a comment, like the stream, and also share to your friends.
Yes, definitely. So I see Woko going in for votes. Oh, okay.
Yes, that is a solid move. I'm guessing is unsure if there is Torqued. If he was sure of that, I'm sure he would tag that D along with it to score for extra points. But Talk still seems solid here for Timmy Woko. All right, on Tariq's rack now we have UILDMAN. He has the seven-letter word bingo of MAUDLIN, but there is no space on this board for that straight seven. However, the E from a new gives him a bingo.
Oh, unreal. I think that's very practical.
Yes, beautiful. Yes, from Tariq there saying unmailed for 63 points. I'm loving the shape of this board. The fully a six-letter word. Fine, it's a phony, but still, we had the fully come down and the vein come down vertically. Talk a six-letter word to renew, and now you're saying a bingo.
Interestingly, we might be seeing a very good response of three. That is exactly what we're seeing. This
Yes,
was pretty good for 78 points. Wow.
yes, FRIZ for 78 points. Seems Timmy Woko is on fire. Nigerians in the chat, make sure you drop a comment written for your fellow man. And Tariq still in the game, finding it seeming, a bit rough, but depending on his next draw, let's see what he's able to make of this game. Wow, we see him drawing into the blank and
Wow,
very
what a
lovely
nice play.
tiles.
You should be expecting another video.
Yes, I'm sure the word like Piston is already coming to mind, and I'm sure he would analyze the board correctly, perhaps wanting to play a four timer like Gentian is available for 94 points next to EW in new. Gentian comes down coming DEG and EWE on that spot.
I think Piston was is a nice find, but it just scored less, 6 points. But that is the obvious find I would probably do. But Gentian is a bit obscure a bit, I mean, but it scores the most.
Yes, I'm sure someone of Tariq's caliber, he can spot this and see that he has a seven-letter word here that fits beautifully for a four-timer. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the third match for today in the main event of the World Scrabble Championships happening here in Accra, Ghana. We have Woko Timi from Nigeria going against Tariq. If you missed the first few months of this game, we saw a pony come down, challenged off by Tariq, and then Tariq played a pony of his own, giving Timmy the game. Ever since, we've seen a nailed come down from Tariq, and now he's playing Gentian, or
I
Genitals
think it's
rather.
genuine.
Yes, or Genital. All right, this scores 94 points, very beautiful find, and this should put him in the lead.
The good thing about this movie is it's comfortably on both WWE, therefore increasing the score.
Yes,
I really
indeed.
like
As we can see, Timmy has found some lovely letters himself. I'm unsure if this would give him a bingo, but still saying two S's and PYED there would should score some nice points on this board.
right below Unveiled, I think PYE. Okay, okay, my seems quite
Yes, I think he wants to leave the best rack leave possible, and SPY scoring 29 points does exactly what he wants.
even DEIS. Very good.
Yes, yes, indeed it is. All right, one thing to note about this move is Spy takes the front hook E. So We would be looking to see if any of the players cash in on that spot to play a spy, maybe a bingo, or a really high scoring play there.
Definitely.
All right. So on Tariq's rap now, we are saying CHAFEAA.
Yeah, it might be. I think having CHAFE like initially arranged and scoring 37 points right on that for leaving AA or maybe having another option.
Yes, I see he had spotted the CHAFE playing very beautifully underneath top to form CAOF and RE. You can see him lining it up once again on his rack, considering the play, thinking if the AA leave won't be too damaging for his next turn. And if he wants to, keep a much balanced style, he could play FAA to the right hand side of Jenitan, okay, IF, CA, and AA. That leaves ACEH, which can be very, very good sometimes depending on what you pick right after. But we see him going for the most points he can get. 37 points, CHAFE comes down on the board. So Timmy as VOISSED after the play of spy, we see him pick an additional S to his rap. So
So trading high on Jennifer, see high bid, or think he has another option.
yes, we are saying Vice to come
Vice,
down.
alright. Vice got just one mark below high bid for 38.
All right, we see him plunk down Vice on the board. He could play Vices in the same spot, but I mean, he wants to go for the extra points right now. We saw him change his mind earlier when he played Spy. He had PYE in the same option, in the same spot, but opted for Spy. But this time around, he's switching things up, going for Vice, retaining two S's. You see in the chat, thank you for joining us. We see you cheering on your representative from Pakistan. Once
Alright,
again, if you're just joining us, make sure you like the stream, share to your friends, and leave a comment.
alright, back to Tariq. I see you picked one more hit, the additional hit, and you also picked LOG. So it's setting aside a group FA. I'm not quite sure where it's going to play that, but I see a couple of options for him just right above on him. You could play GAU with 24 points, leaving AANU, or at the same spot GOA for the same points, leaving AANU. What do you think would be the best option here?
I mean, it's hard to tell because most of his options still leave duplicated A's. So all he has to decide here is, do I want AALO as my leave or AALU? So GAU plays at top on mailed, forming GUP, ANY, and UM. That move doesn't give back too much. And we can see he has his eyes locked in on that spot and he's gone for GAU scoring 24 points, leaving AAOL might not be the best of leagues, but there isn't much you can do on this turn.
All right, so GAU it is for Tariq for 24 points. Back to Woko, I see he has picked the three S's left in the bag along with XOM. So an interesting choice here would be to play X song just right beside genital, with the E looking the T of genital, the X to the A, and X song play vertically for 6 points, leaving SS. What do you think about that one?
The first thing I think Timmy's hands are a magnet for the S's in the bag. Playing spy, picking another S, playing vice, leaving two S's, and now picking the last S of the game. Three S's on his rap with ONEX. I'm sure on this turn he's definitely looking to play out one of those S's. And he, as you rightfully said, he has options like exons to the right of of Genital scoring 36 points, leaving the two S's. I'm not really seeing a lot of options aside that. Let's see what he comes up with.
Another option might be to play Knox, but I wouldn't really say that considering that you use technically S, even though S's are like a charm, good luck charm, I would say, but having too many of them in your rack at the same time can be the best. So I think X ranks on that option.
Yes, I think he's going towards the side of the board. Let's see what he commits eventually. I think it's noteworthy to say that Timmy Woko fought his way into this tournament. We saw him here on the stream yesterday playing against top players in the last chance qualifier, and he was able to snag a spot in the top nine to compete now in the main event. All right, we're seeing him going with NOX next to Vice. I guess he's worried about opening up new spots on the board.
All right, I think it's interesting that he did play Knox for 35 points, leaving the triple test. What do you think about that?
As I said, I think he doesn't want to open up too much for his opponent. I saw him considering going towards the right hand side of Genital, but thinking about it now, I guess he wants to keep things closed and just keep fighting until maybe his opponent opens up something and then he can bingo. But leaving three S's, though, as much as Scrabble players love to see S's on their rack, three S's is just way too much. All right, we're seeing him cashing in on that sport where we talked about earlier. Spy, okay, in a spy now, playing Noxes. That's an interesting positioning because the same word exons plays to the right hand side of genitals. But all right, let's see what happens after this movie. See you in the chat. Thank you so much for the comments. We hope to keep doing a better job. Thank you so much for the encouragement. Once more, if you're just joining us, this is the third game of this tournament.
Yeah, I see Timmy is taking back and is going for a additional choice of NOX.
Yes. But I find what he did just now interesting because let's assume Tariq never even thought of the spy hook. Now that Timmy has flashed that spot, I'm sure he would remember that, oh, that Strada lane is available. So just imagine Tariq has a bingo of his own that could only play next to a spy. With that move that Timmy just did, he would remind Tariq that, oh, that spot is available. But here we see Tariq battling with a couple of vowels right now, and he has the choice to play Alu next to Genital.
I think it's very interesting the observation about that because now it's very aware if he wasn't beforehand about the book of spy or spy.
Yes. All right. The Tile Gods continue to smile on Woko. Timmy, I believe he has sisters to play on the board. It's good job pointing that out, Pelumi in the chat. Sisters plays beautifully next to Alu. However, yes, that's exactly what he's doing now. Yes, I was thinking he would just play TAS, but from a strong player like Timi Woko, I'm sure he's seeing the overlap that plays very beautifully for
This is a
77
very
points.
beautiful
Yes, I guess this is what differentiates the average player from those who could be world champions.
interestingly, I see major rats on Tariq's back and it should fit on this board just right above the SS.
True, true. I think this is going to be such an incredible game. We've seen sisters come down, and as you can see, Tariq has arranged Major blank. See, all things being equal, that blank would be an A to play the valid word majorat, and with Timmy Woko's last play, that would play to ST atop Sisters forming Majorat and ST. And if you look into the unseen pool, there is still one Y unseen. So after the ST play, there's going to be a huge spot for the Y to play STY downwards from that lane, which will score incredibly well. So let's see what happens as soon as this move is made.
I think knowing the why is still at large and you really want to consider that and like think of playing with someone else. Other options might be to play to your ex or sisters just to
Yes.
make the ball go.
Ooh, we are seeing a slight misplacement here. I think he's playing majorist.
Major
Ooh, this
risk.
is a an interesting turn of events here. Majorist sounds a bit, reasonable. It's Scrabble. In majorist wow, major. Most major is majorist. All right, we'll be seeing that challenge of. I'm surprised he didn't lock in major rat that he saw. Perhaps he just felt what he played would be the best option. But punishing that turn now, you're saying Timmy Woko waste no time playing hilarious. What an incredible pull right after this move of sisters.
I think we've seen about four back-to-back singles now.
Yes, Timmy Woko started with the Vane, then Tariq played on Mill, then Genital came down from Tariq for a boatload of points. Sisters are now hilarious from Woko Timmy. Yes, as Pelumia said in the chat, it is a bingo bongo right now. And if Tariq eventually opts for major attack, is going to be one more bingo added to this board. We told you there's a lot of drama and a lot of fireworks going on in this tournament. So make sure you stick around because there is still a whole lot of games to be played today and for the rest of the week.
All right, so you might be saying major, right? What do you think it's possible if one found the ball?
I'm pretty sure he did because that tile arrangement is too peculiar not to think that you've seen major art. I guess he's just doubting the word and he wants to really play it safe here. So we've seen him steer away from wanting to play bingo and he has JAM arranged on his back, probably fitting somewhere on the board and hoping to bingo on the next one. The current scores are 47 for Woko and 284 for Tariq. Gradually, we are seeing this game go out of reach for Tariq. If you had seen him play the genital move, you would have no idea this is how the game would be steering towards. But I mean, this is Scrabble. Anything is possible.
So we could say Timmy leaving those three essays on the draft was not really a bad idea because he was able to use it effectively to play sisters.
Yes, yes, indeed. Scrabble can, sometimes reward or punish you. I think that's one of the things that makes the game so interesting, the unpredictability of it. Fine, you can make your calculations based on probability, you can track the tiles and think of, oh, I'm most likely to pick this or pick that. But at the end of the day, there is still a lot of uncertainty to it. And we see it working out for Wokotimi right now, playing sisters and coming back with getting hilarious immediately. Still, the pressure is on Tariq if he can find his bingo right now. Yes, we see you in the chat pointing out major ads. He did arrange this previously, but I'm guessing he's backing out of that option. Perhaps not too sure if the word is valid, especially with him playing the pony of majorette rather. You might seem doubt playing a bingo is unsure of.
Hey, I think they're saying major.
Yeah, JOT comes down for 28 points, leaving RAM. The thing is, the F is still open as a bingo lane towards the triple world score. So the board is still pretty much open. The Y is still unseen. I'm sure he's not entirely confident in the jot move, knowing that there is STY and there's still one Y left unseen. But I guess he's just trying to create as many on threats on the board for Timmy to worry about.
Right, I see an easy overlap below the board under right under various for Roku and play HU high day for 22 points, EM. But I have a question. I feel, do you think Tariq was not able to support major or it just didn't play for him?
I think going back to when he picked those styles, I think immediately he arranged MAJOR blank team. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I'm guessing he's too worried that it's an invalid word and he wants to play it safe. And truly, major rest sounds more plausible than major at if you're a non-Scrabble player. All right, we see Timmy Woko too worried about the new opening. He had HUIA beneath Glarious, hooking GULI and AA, but he's backing out of that and is too worried about the STY hook available. But I'm surprised he's even bothered about that because when Tariq needed major rest, he saw his complete seven tiles and the chances of picking a Y after playing three letters is, I mean, it's still there, but I don't think it's as high as you would think. But I understand his paranoia right now. I mean, imagine if Tariq has a bingo with Y there that still puts JA or JO, it would really score above 100 and eat into the deficit right now. So, understandably so, Timmy wants to block that spot once and for all.
Yeah, I think it's best to not take any chances. So back to Tariq with a wrap of TNK are out. Okay, a couple of options here might be to play Ram. Just write the ROTE new for it. You know, click Ram for space, even ERT. What do you think about that move yourself?
All right. RAM forming renew is not a move I think he will be considering because he's banking on the F from freeze to play bingo to the triple word lane. So we're seeing play grow. And I think the downside to this move is after Wokotimi maybe blocks the F in freeze. Okay, it doesn't even need to. There's still the ESPY option open. So I'm guessing there's no points blocking, just go for his score. And that's what we are saying Timmy Woko do playing PIOYE beneath areas. What an amazing find.
This scored about 46 points.
Okay, Tariq as BRMANT, and with the last move from Timmy Woko playing PIOYE, we are seeing that the tiles are out. There are no more tiles left in the bag. Timmy has KAUI, or Tariq has only this chance to play bingo if any is available.
So looking at the route and the board, I don't see any possibility of that. The stop move will probably to hook the blank to five or five, just play brain nominally. I think that should score well above 30 points. Other than that, I don't see any chance of a bingo or any other game.
Indeed, he has no choice here but to take the loss and just play out was like Dream, as you rightfully mentioned, for 36 points. What an interesting game it has been. We've seen two phonies come down in the first two moves. Wokotimi's phony was challenged successfully, but when Tariq played coolly, it gave him the option to play the win. And ever since, it has been back to back to back bingos with genital and male hilarious sisters coming down. Major Arts would have changed the dynamics of things during this game. Imagine Major Art was played immediately Tariq spotted it, Hilarious should have come down anyway, but Tariq would have had the chance to go into the bag and pick that wide that would have changed things in this game. All right, we see Tariq taking his time just because he has lost this game for sure. It's no excuse to not play a nearly perfect end game if he can. So we see him taking his time, trying to maximize his scores and make sure he's doing his due diligence. Once again, Timi Woko from Nigeria just clinched the spot to play in the main event after winning the top nine positions in the last chance qualifiers that held yesterday. We saw him on stream and he was playing fantastically. Well, that takes nothing away from Tariq. He has done very well in this game too. Spotting Genital to play when there was an easy option of Piston was very impressive. And even though he backed out of playing Majorat, we did see he spotted the move and just trying to play it safe on this game. We saw some fantastic pulls from Okotimi. I said it earlier that he must have a magnet for S's on his hands because each time he goes into the bag, S's just keep coming. He played Spy, leaving one S on his towel, and he went into the bag, picked another S, played Vice, and put an extra S in that until eventually Sisters came down on the board. What an incredible pull from Woko. Timina takes nothing away from his prowess in the game and his word power, definitely, because even spotting the vein at the start of the game was pretty impressive, if you ask me.
Right. I see Tariq making another move. I think he's going for Roman.
Man, cooking, renew on the body, same Saku, was it an O? Roman. It's going to be a valid order. So plus an extra 5 points for Tariq there, Lane, Roman, Cocaine, Renew, and OD. All right, we see KI come down from Wokotimi on the top right corner of the board. Tariq is left with BT right now, and I'm not seeing any outplays for him. Oh, there is in fact a sneaky one through the EWE on the board. He could play the wet ball. He misses that, and Plumstam is B playing KAB. All right, it's left on to Timmy Woko to end the game with the U, and he's plunking it down atop RE, forming URE for 5 points, and the game draws to a close. The final scores should be Woko's 532 to Tariq's 374. What an incredible matchup it has been. The same love bingos in this game, and there's so much more to come. For anyone who's been following from the first game on stream, we had Olabi Lukman going against Olaibigbe came, and we had to hold our breaths even onto the last game, into the last move rather, where Lukman had to spot a slant to win the game, but unfortunately he could not, and Akim won that end game. In the next game, we had George Izinori going against Ricky, and Ricky came in swinging with the Jesus as his first move, and I was worried, thinking, "Oh, this has to be a a wipeout or something," but Izinari George found the right house in the end, and he was able to squeeze out a win. Now we saw Wokotini going against Tariq, and Wokotini starting out with the game, and bingos dropping, and eventually Tini takes the win for this matchup. Make sure you stay tuned. I promise you the next game is going to be as fun filled as this, with a lot of incredible plays from the players all around the world.
Should I make it green or? Okay. Bengals. He uh, he played Dwayne.
It's table two, right?
Beg pardon?
Table two.
Table 2, yes.
city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hurts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright, Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts from far away. Sun is up, the city's bright. Accra calling day and night. We've got the letters, we've got the score, knocking right upon your door. Hear the rhythm, feel the heat. Can you handle this massive beat? Akwaaba, Akwaaba, to the golden coast. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, WESPAC is the host. Oh, Akwaaba, Akwaaba, the drums are talking now. Akwaaba, Akwaaba, let's take a final bow. 7 tiles, 1,000 words, the cleverest minds, the happiest hearts.
The mic or the speaker.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Um, all right, everyone, welcome to the fourth game for today. Joining me in the commentary booth is Coin Sola Lasake. Welcome back, Coin.
Thank you very much, Mushokwe. It's nice to be back.
All right, we are seeing the game starting now. The former world champion Vandaka Akshay going against Honeyborn Russell. We're seeing play Trump for his first move, scoring 24 points, leaving, and seeing back to Honeyborn Russell. I mean, if you guys would permit me, I'm going to stick with Russell for now. All right, we have YAREDK blank. Are you seeing any options right out of the bat for Russell right now?
Probably daybreak to the A. Yes, that's all I can think of for now.
True. Daybreak for 75 points is very fantastic here. And the case sits on the triple letter score. He, however, has high scoring options like markedly through the end of Trump. The downsides to that is it exposes the why for the triple or even just to play to the triple word score. I'm thinking is considering plays like keypad playing through Trampy. That would be a sneaky find from him if he spots the Trampy hook. Let's see what he comes up with. Meanwhile, if you're in the chat and you're rooting for Akshay or you're rooting for Russell, make sure you do leave a comment or you leave a like on the stream. Thank you for joining us. This is the fourth game of the main event in the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship 2025 live here in Accra, Ghana. All right, we are saying Russell take his time. I'm sure he knows there are bingo options available for him, and he just wants to do his due diligence and go for the not just the highest but the optimum move. Yeah.
So do you think he has seen anything to play, or is still looking, or maybe he has seen more than one, and then he's just trying to evaluate which of them would be the best to play?
Well, I'm unsure what Russell's style of play is. There are many players who, as soon as they've seen a bingo, they arrange it on their rack, and they consider if it's something they want to play. But we've seen him shuffle the tiles around a bit, so it's unsure to say if he has spotted any bingo. But for a player of his caliber, I'm sure he would come around and spot any of the bingos available for him to play. There are even more obscure bingos such as Hilliard through the A in Frank. And as you rightfully pointed, Daybreak is still playable, key card, markedly, all options available on this plan. One interesting move I'm seeing here would be to play YARKED down from Trampy for 43. Land designator, we can confirm that he has played the first bingo in the fourth game of this tournament.
One thing that I find really
All right, back
intriguing
to
is the fact that certain players would just sit.
All right, sorry for the brief break in transmission there. We are seeing CCLNQST on Van der Car's rack. I'm sure you would have loved to see a floating I to play with like CINQ. But the only options they have right now is to play QAT through the A in daybreak for 22 points or exchange. I mean, it doesn't have any bowler right now. So I'm curious to know what you'll do going to like your shoes. Will you play QAT or just simply exchange these tiles?
I mean, the game is still very early, and so I really don't think there's any need to be holding on to heavy towels. I think I'll just exchange. That's what I'll do.
True, true, true. I think both plays are in strong contention here. There is no outright right answer to that. So depending on each player's style, they might choose to go for QAT scoring 22 points, retaining CC, LNS, hoping to draw some favorable tiles with that. Or you can just choose to swap CCLQ or CCLQ to retaining the N, the S, or the NST. All right, we see an exchange. He retains CST and Honeyborn Russell has hit the second blank of the game, wasting no time, dropping walls. He retains that blank, hoping to bingo with it later on. But right now he's scoring a solid point of 42. All right, we see Akshay, it's Wichtus. The obvious move right now, as he's rightfully doing, is playing Witch down the T in Waltz. That scores pretty well. I'm sure he's happy about that move, retaining STU, scoring 34 points. Pretty solid. We see Russell here with ICNEID. And thinking back on his Waltz move, if I saw his graph correctly, I believe he missed the bingo. CWZLIE blank, if I'm correct. Coinsola, did you catch that by any chance?
I did not. I'm not sure if that's no, I did not catch it. I'm not sure if that's an I.
Okay. We'll get to the technical thing to adjust the cameras in a bit, but judging from the 1 point down, I believe that should be ICNEID blank. And right now, I'm sure it's definitely going to bingo with words like indices, booking, day, breaks. The
All
only
right.
drawback is how sure is he that day breaks, days, and S.
Okay, so it just shuffled the styles and it turns out to be the letter T.
Oh, true, 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 true. Once again, we inform technical team on ground to have that adjusted. All right, so CTINED blank would give him options of Tadic down the P or Tram for 80 points. There are a ton of bingos there available, and I'm sure he's seeing all of them, running them through his mind and trying to decide which one works best for him.
All right, looks like he
All
has
right,
made
we see him
display.
circling the letter E. Yes, indeed, he has painted coming down for 78 points. Okay, back to Akshay now. He has PESSTUU. I'm sure he's a bit stumped to see two U's on his rack. In the last turn, he had a rack leap of UTS, and now he's picking an additional U to that. All right, real quick, if you're in the chat and you're just joining us, this is the fourth game of the World Championships happening right now in Accra. And right on your screen, we in fact have a former world champion, Bandaka Akshay, going against Honeyborn Russell from Australia. Bandaka Akshay won the World Championships back in 2017, the first time the World Championships held in Africa, it held in Kenya. Then. So we're going to see incredible plays definitely in this game. And as you can see, Daybreak coming down from Russell, and immediately in his next turn, is playing the Inter. That is marvelous play from Russell so far. Let's see what else the game has to hold.
All right, looks like he opts for DOPS. Um, that scores 21, leaving ESTU. Pretty strong leave, if you ask me. That's a very flexible rack leave. All right,
Yes, yes.
over to Onibon. He has AIINBUS. That's tough. Two I's, AUBN, and the letter S.
Indeed, that must be a tough pull for Russell after his bingo of the Inter. But I'm sure he's glad to see that he did pick the S after that game. So a couple of options currently are a bit uninspiring because there's a lot of good scoring plays right now, except the I mean, looking at this board right now, in fact, not seeing a stellar play going right now. How about you, Connie? What would you do if you were in Russell's shoe?
I would probably play on bias right underneath daybreak. Although the only issue I might have with doing that is burning the S. But then again, from his point of view, two S's are still in the bag. Or I would opt for Wayne. Wayne, I think, scores 21, which is quite fair. I still hold on to my S.
True, true. Yeah. As you can see, he did go for WAIN, retaining his S, and Akshay, wasting no time, playing SUTTEES, looking debris. So, an incredible find from Akshay right there. I think Russell has held. Okay, there was no hold there. All right, all right, all right. So let's see what Russell has picked. He has BUEXIES. I'm sure he's glad to see the X on his back on this turn.
So looking at the game, I think three S's have been played already, as well as the two blanks. I'm really interested in seeing how this game pans out.
Yes, indeed. Both blanks are out already, and all the S's are either being played or on the opponent's couch or rack right now. All right, we see Russell taking his time assessing the board, and he has options such as Ibex's playing atop SUTT or suites here, scoring 35 points, retaining the U. I mean, those Scrabble players love to keep the U, but right now, 35 points might be very tempting. Other options are IBEX for 27 points in the same spot, retaining the S. With the scores 2-1-2 for Russell to Akshay's 158, I'm curious to see what he decides on here. The drawback to Ibex is he would be setting up a B for Ibex, and there are still two Bs on same. So we might be seeing Ibexes come down, but the drawback is it isn't the last S available in this game.
Mushakwa, would you opt for Ibex or Ibexes? Because personally, I think considering the fact that three S's are out already, as well as two blanks, I would want to hold on to the last S, you know, because it might be very, very useful later in the game.
True, true. But the Vibex threat is too scary. I don't know if I would be able to commit to that one. We can see he has balls of steel anyway and is going for Ibex, even with the fact that there are still two Bs on same. He desperately wants to keep the best tiles, retaining his S to bingo on later on this board, which is understandable. The T is still floating, the C is still there, the S even still, even the newly opened I floater is available and it goes well with the USE leave. I'm sure Akshay is worried right now. He has five vowels and only two consonants, and this combination might not yield so much. And I'm sure he's aware of the Vibex group. And as we can see, Russell has in fact picked one of the Bs. So let's see what he comes up with in this move. Right now, he has options such as IN, I, A, through the N in the inted, leaving the best leaf of RAIN, but Can he even do anything concerning the newly opened book to Ibex?
I really don't think he can do much, other than the fact that he, I think he has bigger fish to fry. I think he has more things to worry about because two A's, three I's, not the type of draw you want to have in this type of game where you are trading and you need to catch up. So I think it would want to balance the rack and have a chance to come back in the game. I really don't think it would worry much about the Vibex threat.
Very well said. He has bigger fish to fry, as you said. Five bowls having three eyes. Two is bad enough already, but three eyes is just absolutely horrible. So we see him separate I, and I have a feeling he's going to go for the Inia move. There are a lot of drawbacks to that move. The first thing it does is it obstructs the S floater from DUPS. And I'm sure with him trailing, he would have loved to keep that lane open. Or we might even see Asini, ACINI, come down in that spot. But I have a feeling he would want to just play off Inia. Another thing Inia does is exposes the A at top or underneath rather the triple word scoring. With the J on saying a word like J, they would easily score in the B3s. All right, I think we saw an exchange on that turn. We recognized that playing the Inya for merely 8 points and taking out his S floater wasn't worth it. So he rightfully exchanges, and we see Russell wasting no time cashing in on the 5x. So these two players have in fact met in WESPA rated tournaments before, and their head to head currently is 1-1. So this is one game that will determine who has a better record between these two players. All right, we see Akshay draw into Aneroid. Do you see any obvious bingos for him on the board?
Donaries to the S from Dopes.
Yes, we see Donaris coming down. Fantastic choice from Akshay in his last move to exchange the II because if India did play, then the S would have been unavailable for this turn. Now we see Russell still has the S, but Wolf is battling with a bit of vowel trouble right now. Euroes. What can he do on this turn? All right, with very limited options for Russell right now, I think he's considering just plunking down O, scoring 10 points at the top right corner of the board, leaving EEURES. I think he could have, went for a lot more points playing OE next to the B and R in daybreak, scoring a bit more points. Or maybe he's worried about blocking that R the R floater rather, is just trying to stay patient. We see Akshay after his bingo hitting a lot of high scoring tiles. The K and the Q has found its way to his rack right now. Although I think it might be a bit too much for him if he had similar tiles to Russell alongside the J and Q. There would have been better opportunities. But right now, they really can't do much with those tiles. I'm seeing plays like flirting through the T in painted to score 26, but that leaves J and Q on is that ideally Scrabble players prefer, or pro Scrabble players prefer to play out one high scoring tile as soon as possible, leaving the other. But a move where he has to retain J and Q might seem, unnatural for him to do right now. What do you think?
Well, I think playing flirty, keeping just J and Q is not a bad option because that way you get to pick five extra tiles. And I think, yes, we still have a lot of vowels to come from the bag. So it would give him a chance to um, pick vowels. But if it opts for QI, keeping FJLLRY, it just has a chance to pick two extra tiles. And the probability of those tiles being consonants, pretty high.
Yes, yes, indeed. Now he opted for QI scoring 23 points atop Trump. I guess he recognizes the fact that he can't afford to keep the J and Q for next turn. So he's playing one off, hoping to pick favorable tiles alongside that. Meanwhile, we see Russell struggling a bit. Still, even after his play of 4-0, he has a vowel heavy rap right now. We can see him arrange UROSEGA open. There will be an open T for Euro stage. But unfortunately, the T's on the board are not aligned for that bingo. So we'll probably see him balancing his styles here. He has opportunities like GUE to the left hand side of Donnery's, okay, GOUN and EA. He could play a bit longer if he wants, playing rogue in that same spot for 20 points, retaining ES. There are still 35 on centers from his perspective. 28 of those are in the bag. There's still a lot of most the scores currently are Akshay's 261 to Russell's 284. It is Russell's turn to play now, and he can decide if he wants to go for a bit more points or balance his styles perfectly for a chance to play bingo in the next turn. We see the Panasa president, I believe, in the live chat. Thank you so much for the support. If you're watching from anywhere in the world, leave a comment, drop a like, and try and share this stream to your friends who are word lovers, and let's witness the amazing plays from the best players from around the world competing in the World Scrabble Championships here in Accra, Ghana. All right, we see him opting for Rogue. I'm guessing he wants to play out as much tiles as he can. Just keeping ES is still pretty solid here. There are still favorable tiles to pick along with ES, and it could come down with a bingo at any time. The T floating and painted, I feel, is would come in very handy later on because EST have a lot of synergy. Back to Akshay, we see him with RATFYJL. You can see as arrange, ratify, exactly what he's doing now, scoring 37 points. I think that is an impressive find. If he wanted to, he could play a literal down the E of Sutis, scoring 39 points, leaving FJ. But I'm sure he recognizes that a leave of JL would be a lot better than a leave of FJ. So he plays Ratify for 37 points, leaving JL. With the way this game is going, I know there's still a lot of times to be played. Do you think any of those players is for sure going to win this matchup points? All right, we seem to be experiencing some glitches here. But back to Russell, he has UEFESA, and despite a play of OO in the last two moves and Rogue in the last move, he's unable to find a bingo as of now. And he has to decide if He still has to, balance his styles. He has CAUF available for him through the C in which scoring 24 points, leaving EENS. Once again, the T in painted must look very enticing to play a bingo through later on in the game. And now a straight seven option is even available to the right hand side of that by maybe hooking RE and AS later on. So I'm guessing it's still the same. A couple of bingos drop on this board, even though actually right now still struggles with the J. But let's see. I think Russell is going all out right now and he may wants to play on safe for 32 points. That's very understandable. He's on 304 to Ashes 298. And with this play, he's going to extend his lead further, leading by about 40 points. And leaving the vowel E, he can easily weather the storm even if he picks the law, consonant next turn. All right, back to Akshay. We same with BELOVGJ and with those arrangement of tiles. I'm thinking he wants to play beloves through the ES on the left hand side of the board. That scores very well, scoring 32. He returns GJ, which, as you can see from the last three moves, I believe he has kept the J ball. There weren't really a lot of options um, available for him. So, what do you think he should do on this one? Because he still has a word like Job available on the top of the board. Would you go for Beloveds or you play the Jobs because you're too tired of seeing the J in your forward move now?
Beloved seems like a very solid option to me.
Yes, in fact, beloved is pretty solid. The G and the J might seem like a drawback, but on the board with the right openings, they could do some damage. And we see that's exactly what Achi is doing. Fine, he has left the J on his rack for a couple of turns now. But I'm sure he's feeling confident that eventually he's going to cash in on that J for a good load of points. We're seeing Russell with a draw. I'm sure he very broken it. And unsafe was his last move, playing out six that was hoping to pick. From his perspective, even the J was unseen, so he was hoping to pick either of those styles and very lovely consonant with that. But unfortunately, he has seven vowels on his rack. I'm sure we either seen an exchange or a really, really low scoring play. What do you think is going through Russell's mind right now?
I really don't know. Uh, you would hate to be in such a situation. All vowels at this crucial point. I think the lead, the is just leading with six, and that's not a lot. So yes, exchanging, please.
Yes, indeed. Um, Looking at the unseen tiles, there are only three consonants, and sorry, three vowels left from his perspective: the A, the I, and the O. So I'm thinking when he wants to exchange, he would think twice about, maybe exchanging all sevens. He would definitely want to keep about two vowels to himself. Or do you think he would want to um, retain all the vowels for himself and deny his opponents of having any of the vowels he exchanges? I know it's a wild thought and any player would probably exchange, but it's still something worth considering if you ask me.
Yes, it is, especially because, as we can see, the A is the only vowel left in the bag. The O and I are already on Akshay's rack. So I am really, really pumped and I'm really, really excited and nervous and anxious to see how this ends.
True, true, true. We
Six
are
consonants and
approaching
just
the
one vowel
end
in the bag.
game. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, the end game
We're
would be
seeing
really
him set.
interesting to watch.
Yeah, we're seeing him set aside EI. I have a feeling he wants to exchange the EEOAI. We see on Akshay's work as JOLDING, nearly perfect combination right now. It because he has the ing prefix that works well with, sorry, suffix that works well with a lot of bingos, and he still has the jo that could do some damage in certain parts of the board. So I'm sure Russell is a bit stumped here, thinking, "Oh, what if I exchange all and I pick well, but I'm just helping out my opponent in delivering back some vowels into the bag for him to pick later." I think if there was a stellar play, let's say something scores in the 20s using up three of the vowels, Russell would have picked that immediately, denying actually the chance to pick any of the vowels he has. But truly, there isn't a lot of options unless he wants to play things like iota through the ceiling, painted, which scores two little, scores 8 points, and still leaves 2 So there really isn't a lot of options for him. He could play CEE from the C in which scoring 16 points, leaving AEIIO. All right, I think he recognizes the fact that there is some um there's not a lot of vowels left in the bag, and an exchange there would simply be helping Akshi, and he rightfully just plays OE. I would have preferred a move like CEE there, scoring a bit more, but here we see OE come down. Back to Akshay. What moves do you suggest Akshay plays, especially with the dynamics of the game now?
Honestly, I'm torn between playing the J for 28, something like Joel or Joy. I'm torn between doing that and just plain, let's say, ratifying, keeping on to the J, because the J uh, might be what he needs to just steal this win.
True, true. That is a very good observation. Right now, he has options, as you said, JOL to the right of the log, scoring 28, or JOY underneath the W in word, scoring 26. Both moves leaves the ING combination, and with four tiles left in the bag, he still has the chance to pick tiles that would favor him and maybe come down with a bingo later on. But from our perspective, we can see that I don't think there are there are no balls available for Akshay to pick in the bag. So retaining his eye after playing Joel, as we've seen, is a really smart choice right now. And the scores are 358 for Akshay to Russell's 352. I think we're officially in the end game now with only 2,000 left in the bag, and it's Russell's turn. I'm sure he's going to take his time making this move.
Usually in the end game, players would start to, strategize and think of how to finish in two moves. But here, where Onibon is having, six vowels and just one consonant, it's a dilemma. It's really tough to see how we can finish in two or three moves.
Yes, indeed. But I think one thing that will be giving him a lot of confidence is the moment he plays out 2000 now, he knows he's most likely going to pick a consonant in the bag. And looking at the unseen tiles from his perspective, there is little to no chance that Akshay can have a bingo. So he's saying going for AA. I'm surprised they didn't play AI in that spot. Um, Leaving two eyes might be worrisome as this game commences. But let's see what happens. Actually, as HNNGILD, I think now the end game is going to be a lot tougher because with a move like I think he would have been well suited to play the end game a lot better. But retaining two eyes in that turn might keep things a bit more interesting. All right, we see Akshay taking his time, most likely tracking the tiles. He wants to know the exact seven tiles that Russell has. And as you can see on the screen, he has Migeei. After assessing and seeing the tiles that Russell has, he's going to think of the highest scoring plays or setups that Russell can make on this turn. For two really experienced master players playing right now, I think they're going to be very, very thorough in this end game. All right, while we watch the players, track their tiles, a quick reminder that this is the fourth game of the World Scrabble Championship happening live right here in Accra, Ghana. There are 126 players representing 27 countries across the world competing for the title. Nigeria, in fact, had the highest quota for players. There are 19 players currently representing Nigeria, and we have 17 players from the United States. We have former world champions in the building in the person of Nigel Richards, who was a five-time world champion, and Akshay Bandakar, who is on the screen currently, the winner of the WESPA 2017. We even have Adam Logan, who won in 2005. There are going to be 32 games played in this tournament, and on Sunday, the top two after the 32 games are going to battle it out in the best of seven.
Looks like Akshay is taking his time to track the tiles very well.
Yes, indeed. A rookie mistake at this stage of the game can be very, very costly. So he needs to take his time, and after seeing the tiles available, or sorry, the tiles that are on Russell's rack, he needs to figure out not only what Russell is going to play, but what he himself is going to play, and how he will maybe finish in two modes. But as you can see, with only the eye left on his rack, as the vowel is going to have a tough time. Right now, he has ratifying available for 32 points. The only downside is it leaves H, L, and D. That move would expose an I next to the double letter score, the double word square. They'll be hoping to play words like kind or healed later on, but I'm sure Russell is going to, predict that and either go to that spot and prevent him from playing those tiles. And with the combination of tiles that Russell has, I believe he's fit to maybe sneak out a win in this end game. What do you think?
Now, I think if he plays ratifying and scores 32, if Russell goes to, the I spot to block it, it means he would be underscoring himself. Because if he goes there to play something like maybe MIRE or MIRI, it wouldn't score much, you know. And um Akshay would still find his way around that. But I think ratifying should be the move.
Yes, indeed. So the analysis here is if he plays ratifying, scores 32, scores well enough. All Russell has to do is simply block that spot. A simple move of MI down there leaves a rack of GRIEE, which goes out no matter what, either through the D in ratifying or bridge or through the C been painted for Greece. So seeing that unfold would be very, very interesting. And to find for 32 seems very tempting. But Russell is going to properly assess and see that all he needs to do after that is play MI, blocking a move like hind or healed or Akshay. And Akshay's response after that would be to just extend the MI to like mine, and he will still have the H and the L left on his rack. I have a feeling both players are, thoroughly thinking things through. I'm sure Russell is predicting the ratifying move because it's a pretty obvious choice for anyone on this level to see that you can extend ratify to ratifying. Now, Shades is recognizing that move, thinking, okay, what if he blocks with MI? What am I going to reply with? It's a really complex end game, and I'm sure these players are going to do their due diligence. All right, we are seeing something completely different. He's going for Eldin down the E of Sutis. I think with that move, it easily gives Russell a play like Regimen, which scores 32 points. But in fact, the only winning move for Russell after this move is to play GITE. Hmm. All right, so I'm guessing the analysis here is GITE is the only move here that blocks the HIN outplay for Akshay and also retains RIME, which can come down later to play a mirror next to the um, Y in ratify. All right. I think we are seeing a very tricky one here. I'm seeing someone in the chat saying dropping AI would have been better for Russell, I believe. Delegates would have been his end game. But you can't really predict what you're going to pick after you play a certain number of tiles. All right, so right now, Russell has to spot GITA because CH is available for Akshay to play his words if he blocks the Elden without leaving the best tiles that would finish next turn. And I think we're really seeing a complex endgame here where only one move here wins. All right. So NH threatens outplays in a couple of places. He could play HIN to the I in Elden to finish. The T in painted would have given him the option of NCH, and the E as the blank in painted would have given him the option of HEN. That is why GITE, as Russell has rightfully found, is the only move that blocks every outplay from Akshay in those spots, leaving MIRE, which finishes no matter what on this board. That was a fantastic find by Russell with only about a minute left on his clock. What do you think about this play, Coinsola?
Absolutely brilliant for him to have figured that out. That's amazing, Let's give him his flowers. Such an amazing play.
Yes, indeed. Wow, wow, wow. I am impressed by this find here because first we have to recognize that there is nowhere else on this board that HN finishes. The HIN, NCH, and HEN all blocked by one move that not only blocks it all, but ensures it finishes no matter what on the next turn. I mean, in that sense, what could have played right or MIT, but they would not have guaranteed an outplay in the next turn. Now, the best thing Akshay can do is just play CH hooking HA. But even after that, it would not be enough as the EMIR left on Russell's rack plays MIRED on top of the board for 30 points. Wow, what an interesting turn of events. Wow, we see him spot the perfect end game. What an incredible move from Russell. And I mean, congrats to him for figuring this out. And I think Akshay did really, really well. Eldin was the only move that gave Russell a one move win. Anything else would have given Russell certain options to like win the game. But after a move like Eldin, is either Russell finds
Yeah, no,
GITE
exactly. Yeah,
or he
I was,
loses the game on the spot. What an
I was thinking.
incredible game this has
Obviously, I
been.
got
We see you in the
mine as
chat.
well, but it's like if
Thank
you
you
have
for joining us. I
another out, but
promise you
it's
there
like
has been incredible
impossible
plays
because
by players from all over the
because you
world
got only one
here
valve. So
since the
like, and I
first
had
game we've
at
had
one point I had
here.
seven.
And now we've seen
When
a
there were seven in the bag,
marvelous
there were seven
endgame
valves.
play
So I had seven
by
valves in my rack.
both players.
So
I mean,
that's when I played that.
ratifying
I
is
didn't want to
something
get
I
rid of
would
the
have
O.
played thinking, I'm
Um,
scoring 32 and all is well and good. But
I
Eldin
had the had
forcing
one A at that
Russell
point.
to find the only move that would win the game. And as you can see, with very
Yeah,
little
but
time on the clock,
then you're even in
Russell
worse
did
position.
find
It's like,
the move, finishing
yeah,
with 410 to Russell and Akshay's
like counterintuitively
400. Imagine scoring 30
the
as your
best play.
outplay in a
It's hard. Yeah,
end game that was
it's going to be a
so
harder game for me at
so
least. But
close.
then on,
What an incredible play from both players.
well, I play Mide first, and then I play Tiger Guy. Yeah, yeah, that was my backup. So, wow. I had the S for so long. I was waiting for this hook here, and I'm like, no. I don't know if I had anything else for this, but I was happy to find it. So.
All right, you can see both players still
Okay.
analyzing the game. I'm
Yeah.
sure he's thinking of other options. Or you had played this, or would you have replied to it? Scrabble is
Well, you've
such
got
a
the only
beautiful
thing you've
game,
got like is
honestly,
in guilds,
and you can only
and
do as much
does in
analysis
guild.
as you can.
It's this. I think you're
The
in the same
tiles
position, aren't you?
still pretty much dictates a lot of
It's like
how the game
you
goes,
need
and even at that, we
spot
can
break.
still
I mean,
see
that's
these
just a magic,
players made
the
very
magic block.
very good
Yeah.
calculation of what they can do, how they can
and
leave,
and
and how
and
to
allows me to
squeeze
kill.
out
And
a win,
I had to double
even
check
though
that
it
you couldn't
falls
play
to be
here.
possible.
Yeah.
Imagine from the unsafe move,
That you couldn't like
almost
fuck it
have
up by like
seen
putting one tile
very
somewhere. I think
big
I don't think I
for
can.
Russell
I don't
picking
think I win
seven tiles,
unless I
but
get the
him
sequence right.
realizing
Anyway,
that exchanging
obviously.
on that turn would only give back vowels that Akshay would later use to win on the day. So he retained every vowel he had there, and he was sure that after every play, he was most likely going to pick something out. And he saw how that worked out for him,
Yeah.
and he rightfully found the right sequence in the end game to pull out the win.
Yeah, there weren't many. I think there were four vowels in the bag when you play this, something like that. So I'm like, just if I can keep control of them, then I'll. Yeah, I had the A's and O's. I was waiting for it, so I figured if anything happens here, I'm gonna because I've got the vowels, I'll be able to do something.